Good evening, and welcome to the first of three. Good evening, and welcome to the first of three kind of special, kind of bittersweet Mario Mondays. As many of you know, LEGO has discontinued the interactive tabletop Mario system this year, and there are no new sets after the second Mario Kart wave last summer. There is I've been stalling on what was left in my build queue, but I may as well get them done. I have three boss level sets left in my build queue. So this week, and then for two more Mondays after tonight, we'll be doing Mario Mondays to finish off my last couple Mario boss level sets, and then there will be no more Lego Mario on this channel for the foreseeable future. I've My Lego Mario adventure has been an incredible one. I am a completionist across the Lego Mario series. Not quite true, actually. I didn't do any of the big statue display sets. I only did the interactive system. So I don't have the giant Bowser, the giant Piranha Plant, the giant Mario Kart and Luigi Kart, and I think there was an NES TV, the Super Gold Cube, the Mystery Cube, and there was one more, the Mario riding Yoshi. I didn't get any of the big display sets because I didn't consider them part of the interactive tabletop system. Also, when they did the starter set remakes, I found the contents of those to be somewhat redundant, so I didn't get the starter set remakes. I didn't need a second copy of the figures. So, aside from that, though, I'm a completionist. I do have the character packs coming to me in the mail, so I can at least consider myself a completionist on that front as well. I will not be streaming those. The format for those doesn't really seem like it would be a fun stream, but they will be fun to build, just not as a stream. So, other than the other than the 18 plus sets that don't count for this collection, and the starter set remakes, which are redundant, I'm pretty much a Lego Mario completionist. So kind of little sad to see this theme end on this channel. But we've got tonight we've got Bowser's Airship, which does not actually contain Bowser. We only have three characters come in the set. We have someone called Rocky Wrench, who I think is exclusive to the set. I don't recall this character. We have Kamek, who's a Bowser's Wizard minion. And Kamek we've actually seen before in one other set. But again, a nice character to get. And we have a Goomba. This is the pirate hat Goomba that we saw one time before. So it'd be cool that our Goomba tonight is a variant, not just the plain one. We have so many Goombas in the Goomba army now. But after this, we still have two more boss level sets to do. And Bowser actually makes one final appearance in the final set we will be doing in 2 weeks. Bowser himself will be appearing one more time. But for now, we're doing the Airship. Kamek's the main minion here. Yeah, we've done airships before. There was a 2-pack where Bowser's two of Bowser's minions had airships. We did that set a while ago. You can see the entire history of our Lego Mario adventure on the YouTube. I have a dedicated playlist for Lego Mario. So here's the front of the box. And here's the back of the box, showing some of the action features. I'm not going to try to interpret those pictures. This is a big build, though, so I'm going to get right into it. Over 1,100 pieces, so we've got a lot to get through today. This is a big model. This looks... And actually, it looks bigger on the back than it does from the front. It looks like this might be the kind of set that actually opens up in a fashion. Let's put this together. This looks like it's going to be a fun one. Yeah, because you can see how short and compact the ship is there, kind of cartoonish. And then you turn it around on this side, and you can see the ship looks longer. So yeah, there's definitely some kind of transformative feature going on there. This is a big box, so it uses tape instead of the push tabs. So let's get that open. And I do have the Mario figures ready to go. I just I want to get this box open and get the table space set up for the stream, and then we'll bring the characters onto the table to watch the build, like I usually do. With only 3 adventures left, you're only going to get to see my Mario figures after tonight 2 more times. It's been an adventure with them, Peach starting the adventure, and Mario and Luigi joining her shortly thereafter. I know from my pre-research on the set that there's going to be 13 bags, so I'm going to start going through this pile of bags and getting organized here. Several bags just yeeted off the table. Now this is an older Mario set, so it doesn't have a full instruction books. It just has this little quick start sheet that tells you to go into the app to get the building instructions. But that's okay, because we have our on-screen instructions ready to go. And also, it's an older Mario set, not Mario Kart, so which means no stickers. Lego Mario did not do stickers except for the Mario Kart sets. So, no stickers. And it looks like in addition to all the numbered bags, we also have 2 loose big ship components here. I will set these aside till the instructions call for them. Alright, 13 bags. So let me go ahead and get my, get these organized here. I want to take the bags off the table in order so I can stack them in order. That's 11, so I'll hold on to it till I find 12. So now we need 10. Hi Brett, welcome back to the stream. We're about to do Mario Monday. This is our 3rd to last adventure with the interactive Mario figures. Right now, I just opened up the box and I'm getting my bags organized. So this is the Bowser's Airship. Mario Week, I actually haven't heard of that. And we also have this unnumbered bag, which looks like some more of the big ship pieces. I'll just set this aside with the 2 loose ones, but I'll go ahead and open the plastic. So I didn't know that Mario Week was a thing, but I guess here we are. And what did I do with bag 1? Right here. So bag 1 is ready to go. And as promised, we'll bring our figures on to watch the build. It's sad that I only get to build with these guys 3 more times, but let's enjoy these last 3 builds. I did not know about the Nintendo Direct. I probably will not be catching it. I'm reorganizing my Lego storage box system, and tomorrow I I want to hit the Star Wars tomorrow, but realistically, probably not till Wednesday, because Star Wars is going to be probably the hardest boxes to get organized. But what we are doing tomorrow is we're finally going to go see the new Star Wars movie, so I probably won't have a lot of time during the day before we have to leave. So our Mario figures are ready to go, and as I standard do before, I generally do this before a stream, but I forgot. So let me go ahead and do a quick battery test. All right, we're good to go. The figures are ready. We have bag 1 ready to go. The instructions are up here in the corner, so let us begin. So here we have the build overview pages that tell us what each section is going to be. So it looks like bags 3 and 4 are airship parts, but bag 5 is where the actual structure begins. So everything we do, bags 1 to 4, that isn't a character, we're going to set off to the side till the instructions say to put everything back together. And then, of course, from bag 5, it looks like it's all the main structure. So from there, we're going to try and keep everything on camera as much as possible. Bag 1 on Lego Mario traditionally is just one of the characters. So that's why bag 1 is so tiny on such a big set. But we do have a brick separator in there, and this is one instruction book that did not have the brick separator page. So I wasn't sure whether to expect one or not, so I did have a spare one ready to go, but we won't need it. I have not yet dumped the spare bits bowl from the last 2 streams, so it's got little bits of Harry Potter and Star Wars in there. Oh, and Marvel, because I did a Marvel set off stream a few days ago as well. Anyway, brick separator's ready to go. Let's get right into this first. Since this is a character build, the character builds, except for the ones that integrate into the levels on Mario, the character builds I like to let watch as long as they don't actually attach and integrate into the action features. Sometimes with Lego Mario, some of the characters do that. And then once I attach them, they can't watch anymore. So, but it doesn't look like any of the characters on this set do that. So, all of them will be able to watch the build, as is my tradition. So, even though interactive Lego Mario is ending on this channel, and with it these brick built characters, I do have the Lego Mario character packs I'll be doing off stream coming to me this week. So I get to build, aside from what's in these last 3 sets that I'm doing on stream, I still get to build 56 more characters for interactive Lego Mario off stream. And then I saw some of the ads for the new Pokemon sets, and it looks like some of the Pokemon have builds that are similar to these that are similar in build style to some of these interactive Mario characters. And those Pokemon get the smart brick inside. So what did the box say? So right now we're building a character called Rocky Wrench, who I believe is exclusive to this set. He may be in one more, but I do not remember seeing him before, so. Hold on, I'm doing something. I just put his face on the wrong side. Actually, in this case, it's a very easy fix. I think I need to, yeah. So if I take that plate off, yeah, I didn't put his face on the wrong side. I put an extra plate on where it wasn't supposed to go. That's all that was. And here's the scan tile for Rocket Wrench. And now we can go back to finishing. He's only got a couple pieces left. We'll be there are no stickers tonight, which is good because it's already a big build. We're looking at, I think the box said it's over 1,100 pieces total, so we'll be here for a few hours. So here's the rocket wrench figure. That wasn't clean. So Rocket Wrench is a 3-hit enemy. There he is one more time. He's pretty cool looking. Obviously, as big as the set is, and the fact that I only have the big sets left, and I don't want to break theme tonight, we're not going to have a bonus build after the main build, but we're still going to be here for several hours. Bag 2. And bag 2 is going to give us, it looks like Kamek. Kamek is Bowser's wizard minion, and he appears in one other set. So this will be the second Kamek in my Lego Mario collection. There is a rumor that Lego Mario will be returning with Smart Play in 2027. If they do that, then well, I'm already invested into the Smart Play series. I have some of the Star Wars sets. I've pre-ordered some of the Pokemon sets. So I'm definitely going to, if they bring Mario back as Smart Play, I'm definitely going to be checking some of those out. But that's next year, the rumors are for. Nothing in the cards for Lego Mario this year. And because it's going to be Smart Play, it's a different system, and that means it won't be using these figures anymore. I mean, I'm still going to play with these at home occasionally, of course. I'll bring some of the level packs out, make a level, and make a custom level out of a couple sets and play through it once in a while. But the one table that I can use for that purpose is going to be dedicated to my super big Lego project for the time, for the foreseeable future. So Lego Mario is most likely going to be stored for a while. I'll probably keep out a few of the smaller things just to play around with. Just so I can turn these guys on once a month and not let the batteries corrode. So I'll keep a couple small things out. Maybe I'll keep the there's only 4 Donkey Kong sets. I might keep them accessible. Oh, of course, with the new way I'm doing the storage system, I can pull any set on demand. It'll be easier to get to the specific boxes that I need for any given day. So. But at least I'll have one more marathon off stream of these brick-built characters. And then we have the brick-built Pokemon coming up. So, and that's going to, then, and like I said, They seem to be similar to these in build techniques. So, and yes, there is a little Eevee to go along with the big one. It'll be nice to see the two Eevees together. And actually, there's a leaked image of a molded Eevee. There's supposed to be a Pokemon trainer set coming in the holiday wave at the end of the year, which comes with a few small molded Pokemon, and Eevee is one of them. And an image of the minifigure scale Eevee has been leaked. And so it'll be really nice to see the three Eevees together. But that set doesn't come out with the summer wave. That one's coming out with the holiday wave. So yeah, in terms of planned streams for this week, Thursday we're doing my soccer set for the World Cup. I don't follow soccer. I don't care about the World Cup, but when I saw the soccer sets that they were releasing, there was one that I knew I had to have. There's one that looks really fun. So great display piece, and we're gonna have fun on Thursday. I appreciate soccer even though I don't follow it. I couldn't tell you who any of the teams are. I couldn't even tell you who any of the big players are. But I can tell you that LEGO's released a bunch of sets this year for the World Cup hype. And we're getting into that a little bit. I'm trying to see which way the eyes go on this picture, because the picture's a little faded out. I think they go that way. Let me... At least this isn't dark color on dark color, making it hard to see on the instructions. These colors are all bright for right now. But the printed piece is a very faint on the instructions. And I couldn't tell which way it was facing. It probably doesn't even matter. So a Kamek scan tile actually you put on the bottom of the figure. That's what his scan tile looks like. And this camera is a little tricky when I do close-ups. Sometimes it focuses, sometimes it won't. But the other camera doesn't focus at all, so... I pressed a little bit too hard there, but not a big deal. That's an easy fix. Actually, that gave me an opportunity to take the hat. And actually, let me push the bar in a little more so it's a little more secure. There we go. Alright, so the hat is good to go. And he also gets his wizard staff. Sorry, I went a little off camera there. Even though it's over 1,000 pieces, I'm trying the one table setup for this. It worked for the Coruscant gunship yesterday, so it should work for this too. So there's Kamek, our wizard minion. Probably the coolest of the 3 figures we get today. And his tile's on his bottom, which means you actually have to knock him over to fight him. Wait, Mario was making a, there was a sound effect there. Hold on. Let me see that again. Alright, so it makes a sparkly magic sound effect after you defeat him and get the coins, but the screen wasn't showing anything happening, so I think it's just a magic effect that happens. But he's a 4-hit minion, so you have to jump on him 4 times. And I'll put the baddies over here on this side. And now let's begin with our actual builds here. Well, the characters are actual builds, but let's begin with our side builds here. Oh, I see what we're doing. We're building Kamek's broomstick now, and this will also have a scan tile on it. Let's make sure I pull the correct one from the parts pile. So there's the scan tile for the broomstick. And now we can finish. Now we can actually assemble this thing. Oh, I see. This piece has to go on here. And then this barrel piece goes on the end here. And actually, it's not a broomstick. This Kamek uses what looks like a piece of the ship's mast. Interesting. Kamek usually rides a broomstick, but I guess he rides whatever's available. So it makes little air whooshy noises and occasionally gives you a coin. That's what the flying stick does. But I put this piece on the wrong way, so let me fix that real quick. And now we can. Alright, so we're gonna have a pipe here. So this looks like it's going to be one of the alternative start pipes for the game system. Generally, you get 30 seconds to get as many coins as possible. 30, it might be 60, the standard pipe. But a few sets have these alternate start pipes, which give alternate win conditions. Yeah, it's 60 seconds because one of the pipes gives you a 30-second start. One of the pipes gives you a game based on number of coin goal instead of time goal. So you have to get a certain number of coins. I don't know what. I don't know yet what's special about this particular start pipe, but we will find out in a few moments. We will check that out and see. But that's what this tile looks like. It says start on it, so you know that this is going to be one of the alternate play condition. And of course, to end the game, there is the flag piece that's in the starter sets. Even though I already have like 3 or 4 Bowser figures, I think it's 3 Bowser figures. 3 Bowsers and 1 Dry Bones. But even though we have so many Bowsers, I think it's cool that he gets to make an appearance in the final Lego Mario set we will be doing. Because he is the most iconic of the Mario bosses. So Bowser will get one final appearance in the final Lego Mario stream. And I think that's cool. And then we can, and because I have all the level sets, we'll actually have an army of Bowsers running that we can have run around. Because I think there's 4 Bowsers and 1, whatever the skeletal version of Bowser was called, he was in one set. And there's 2 Donkey Kongs. Donkey Kong is the second of the second most substantial of the character builds. Not quite as many pieces as Bowser. And after Donkey Kong, third place is considerably less. Unless you count like the big boss minions that are integrated into their level sets, some of those have pretty huge piece counts as well. Alright, shows this one going here. Being a side build, I'm actually going to take the flying stick and set it off and set it aside out of the way. I guess in Lego Mario, the characters technically count as side builds, but they can stay on camera for now. They're not in the way. I never count characters as builds, I mean, even though they technically are in Lego Mario. I guess I should count them as side builds in Lego Mario, but I haven't used that terminology, and this close to the end, why bother changing the way I do things? And now the big pipe piece. I don't think, there's a few of these across the series. I don't think we'll see any more, though. I don't know if the last 2 sets have any of these. Actually, black is a rare color for it. Usually it's green, and I think I've seen some yellow ones. Let me get this. There we go. The pipe is now lined up on the build. And you can see the start tag inside the pipe. And that's what it looks like. Oh, I don't know if I did a close-up of the flying stick. So here that is. So the pipe. Okay, so it's another. This start pipe gives you another variant on the timed game, but instead of 60 seconds, you get 90 seconds, and it plays boss music instead of the normal music. All right, we're gonna go into bag 3. Let's get rid of our spare bits. And I will set the pipe off screen, and we will go into bag 3. Based on the inset picture, it looks like this bag is going to give us our third and final character for the set, which is our Pirate Hat Goomba. This is, well, technically this set came out before the other Airship set. So this was the first of 2 sets to feature Pirate Hat Goomba. But on this channel in particular, it's the second of 2 sets to feature Pirate Hat Goomba. And I'm not 100% sure if the other, I'm not sure if the other 2 sets remaining in the queue actually have Goombas. So this might be our last Goomba, or it might not be. And there's a few Goomba variants across the line. There's this one and one other set that has a Pirate Hat Goomba. There's one set with a Santa Hat Goomba. There's one set where there's like a, I think there's one set with like a old-timey man and wife hats Goombas, and then there's one set with a giant Goomba. And there's also the cat Goomba variants, and I think something called a Galoomba. So there's a couple different Goomba variants across Lego Mario. And one set, they actually vary the placement of the, one set that they actually put the scan tile in a different place, so that on top they can put one of the jumper tiles, so you can have 3 Goombas that stack together for one of the interactions. So I'll consider that one a variant too, because the scan tile's in a different place. So, here's the Goomba scan tile on its head in the usual placement. We're actually not going to test out and play this Goomba because we've done so many Goombas over the course of the series that I know, without even having to think about it, that Goomba is a 1 jump hit minion. It only takes 1 jump to kill the Goomba. So I know that. There's no need to test it and play it out. But we do get to do his hat. And his hat makes this Goomba a little bit more involved interaction than just jumping once. But we still don't have to play it out because, like I said, we've done the hats before. So there's the pirate hat with the traditional Bowser logo on it. And we will put the hat on the Goomba. And it does, and with the hatted Goombas, it's actually a two-step interaction, but we're still not going to play it out. Basically, what you do is the hats are not attached by studs. They just sit on there, and then through the course of Mario playing around, you basically hit the Goomba to knock the hat off, exposing the jump tile, and then you can collect your coin as usual. So that's how the hats work. But for now, this Goomba can sit with Kamek and Rocket Wrench and watch as the build happens. So it looks like this is going to be our first piece of the ship here, the upper mast section. And because it looks like we're doing this section first, it looks like this is going to be a removable section, or at least part of the interactive section, I guess. We'll see how, of course, at the end, how all the different parts go together. But let's go ahead and get right into putting this together. So yeah, after the soccer stream Thursday, over the weekend, and I'm not sure if it's going to be Saturday or Sunday because I don't know. It's going to be based on whether we have plans this weekend, and nobody's told me anything, so I don't know what's going on this weekend. But one day this weekend, there will be an all-day marathon stream to work on the next section of the really big project on this channel. We do have a scan tile here with a ship's mast icon on it. I am not going to scan this tile because we haven't built up this action play yet. With the action tiles like this, I generally won't scan them until the build is done. But I still try to show off the tiles because it's a cool part of the system. With Lego, trees and ship's masts have something in common, and that's build techniques. Ships and trees both use these Technic axle and cylinders heavily in building up the ship's masts and then the stems of the trees and plants. So it's cool to see vehicles and plants actually have something in common when it comes to Lego. So yeah, no stream tomorrow for sure. Wednesday I might take off also because I'm definitely doing Thursday and then a big one this weekend. So if I do anything Wednesday, it'll most likely be a game stream. I don't want to run through the entire build queue and all at once. I want to save some for slower periods. Slower budgeting periods, I mean. Okay, we need to build another one of those, and then I will attach them, and that'll be time for the next bag. There will for sure be a stream with the Jolteon and Charizard Pokemon set. Um, and the others will probably be split whether I stream them or not, because like I did with the Star Wars Smart Play, because I streamed two of the Star Wars sets, and then I did one of the Star Wars Smart Plays off stream, and then I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream the other 5 when I get them, if I get them. So let's get these on. So this bit spins. It's an airship propeller. I could do that all day. Bag 4. And bag 4 looks like it's got some Technic pieces in it, which means action feature. Something just went on the floor. Not on the floor, actually. It landed on the desk behind the floor. So, Brett, what's your opinion of Indiana Jones? And that question isn't quite as random as you would think. In general, yeah. Specifically the classic trilogy, because I haven't seen the new one yet. Okay, so it looks like this is going to be a giant claw thing that we're making here. Let's set this aside. Another big piece to set aside. Now, I know I said we're not talking about them, but have you seen the new one? All right. That's cool because it's not actually relevant. The reason I asked about Indiana Jones is I actually do have in the build queue 2 Lego Indiana Jones sets. All right, this one has a scan tile that looks good. It's going to be on the bottom side of whatever we're building here. So, okay. This scan tile, wait a minute. This scan tile, the icon is a giant hand. And this build looks like it's some kind of claw thing. Are we building that hand boss thing from Super Smash Brothers? I think we're building the hand boss thing from Super Smash Brothers. Because I don't know what else this would be. Oh, these are some of the shiny gold pieces. Not the chrome gold. They don't do that anymore. But the shiny treatment. Fake gold pieces that they do. So yeah, I have 2 Lego Indiana Jones sets that I'm going to do together as a single stream at some point. Probably with all the projects I already have scheduled and queued up, that's probably August at the earliest at this point, realistically. Because July, I have all the projects going on this month. The big project is, especially next week, the big project will be doing most of my Lego streams. I'll have all the Star Wars stuff in the queue. And then I have several dated events coming up in July. So, plus I'm going to have some disruptions to streamability during July. So, realistically, I probably won't get to the Indiana Jones stuff until August. But I do have the 2 sets that I'm doing together as a stream. The thing with July is I do have the disruptions coming up in several dated things. But the big thing with July is I want to do Dungeons and Dragons sooner rather than later. So if I'm going to do that, I have to make that a July. That's going to be a whole week. So. So realistically, Indiana Jones will be most likely August. And realistically, Dungeons and Dragons might end up being August too. Because for Dungeons and Dragons, I need to find a time that I can commit a full week. Alright, I need to build one more of those little sections. And it looks like we build a slightly different 4th one of those. At least there's no stickers tonight. And with our full character roster already on the table in front of us, it means we can focus on the various parts of the ship without any character interruptions, breaking focus and progress. I mean, it's still cool when they give you figures throughout the build. But sometimes, with some builds, you just want to sit there and go through it. And watch the progression without too much interruption. Although we will be interrupting periodically for bio breaks. I just put those on facing the wrong way. For 2 of them, it's a simple matter of just spinning them around, though, so no biggie. We've already fixed that. And now this one goes in here. And we have built Bowser's giant hand. And there's a scan tile on it. Alright, now it looks like we're going to build another mast section here, so let's get into this. You know what? Let's take these off. They're in the way right now. Okay, so that's one of these smaller size turntable bases you can see in the instruction step here. But first, let's get these slope pieces in. So there's a miniature turntable base there. So there's definitely going to be, there will probably, I'm not going to say definitely, there will probably be action on this mast assembly. Yeah, that's a big gear, so there will definitely be action on this mast assembly. You can see the gear turns. Impossible to know at this point what that gear might do, but it turns. Now let me line one of the points up with the picture. I'm trying to get the picture to line up with the instruction picture so that I don't accidentally build out of alignment. With gears, you really don't want to build out of alignment with your instructions picture, because then you'll be in trouble later. I think we'll be good at this point. So I have a whole bunch of sets with castle in the name that are various castles, but no sets that actually represent Lego Castle, the classic and popular vintage theme. That's been making a comeback in a way recently, but I don't have any of it yet. Not quite true. I have a couple minifigures from Classic Castle because CMFs and the gumball machine. Hold on. All right. That looks like the picture. So now I can come here and press this through. All right. I am not in alignment with the picture anymore. But what to get back in alignment with the picture, I just have to move these two pieces. I don't have to disassemble the whole thing. It's very dangerous when doing gears if you're not in precise alignment with the instructions, because then you're setting yourself up for trouble later. So yeah, I think we're back on track here. And that actually, the piece we just put in tightens up the gear, but it's still turnable. We just passed the 1 hour mark of stream. It means nothing, but it's good to keep metrics. Okay, this build's doing some interesting things. And imploding is not interesting, that's just mean. Let's see how much of that is actually still together. All right, where's the other big gray piece? Didn't go under that one. Did not go under that one. All right, time for a quick floor dive to see if that piece flew away. I'm not seeing it here either. But the way it's scattered, could it have bounced back this way and gone back here? Found it. That piece yeeted off of my one of my build queue shelves and hit itself behind one of my boxes for a future build. But we recovered the piece. So that's a thing that sometimes happens on this channel. Okay, that part is through. okay. No, I want to be looking at it from this side. And then the picture shows this going onto the axle like that. And then we close off this side of the structure with this big Technic piece. And we can keep going. And now we have a little assembly here for this mast. And this one's going to be even taller than the other one we did. I missed a piece here. Yeah, I put this on the wrong end. That's what the problem was, that right there. So this piece goes in this end, and then this piece goes on this end. I'm glad I caught that before it was a bigger issue. So now we build 2 more of these propeller assemblies. Now we can attach these now that we've built both of them. This one spins also. And this whole assembly will attach into the top of our tower like that. All right, we're almost there with this bag. Hey, looks like it's mod time. It's time to use your hammer. I generally get exactly one per stream, usually during the first hour. All right, this section, there's a target, there's a... It shows it being closer there, maybe. Oh. But if that's sitting out there, then how does the rest of this work together? Does that pin just... Well, it says to put that pin through that hole. But then that axle, so that's supposed to just free move like that? But that's the... And this shows you that you're supposed to take all these big platforms and string everything together in preparation for the airship itself. So yeah, this is how the hand connects. Alright, so these masks aren't actually part of the airship. They're part of the level setup. Interesting. Okay. I made sure they got themselves banned, so... Alright. Maybe. They're showing up as banned for me now, though, so that's good. So this representative of a partial second airship to the side of the big one. Maybe-ish. Yeah, because this is a standard level Mario jump system here with platforms. So it has us attaching all these bits that we did before, that we've done so far together. So this might be a little like kind of airship base to the side of the main airship or something. I'm not really sure, but all right. So the hand and the instructions show. There's this Technic bar. Okay, so the hand, it looks like it's supposed to rest on this thing, like that. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, I see how this is going to work here. And it does show putting the Goomba and the rocket wrench on this little level arrangement here. Bag 5 is going to start the airship proper. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to play this real quick. And we're not gonna do the start pipe. We're just going to see what the hand does. And then once we see what this does, I'll leave this on the screen for visual while I take a quick break. We haven't used Peach yet today. Let's let her check out this assortment. So pretend she jumped in the pipe because I don't want to start the game mode. And she'll come along. There's a Goomba here. Theoretically, one jump, kill the Goomba. Spin the propeller, does nothing. Come here. And then there's this white flag thing. And if you come here, and if Peach hits the target, there is a little printed target here. And that'll knock the hand over. Okay, so what the hand does is it's a standard enemy type jump situation, but it takes 8 hits to beat. So it's not quite Bowser's 10, but it's pretty close. So the hand is a bigger boss than Kamek is, because the Kamek we only took 4 hits. Was it 4 hits? Actually, I don't think we did. Yeah, it was 4 hits. So. And the wrench, I think, was 3 hits. So, yeah. So, the hand is an 8-hit enemy. And you can see here, I didn't show it on camera. Let me pull it off real quick. This little printed target piece is attached here. And this is what makes Bowser's hand. Basically, Bowser's hand counterweights the Technic assembly there when you have it inserted, and then when the hand is knocked over, when the target is hit, gotta put it just right. You gotta put it facing the right way, or it's not gonna work. Yeah. So there, you hang the hand like that. And this other bar keeps gravity from pulling it down. And then when you hit the target, it pushes the other bar out of the way, and then gravity takes over. So yeah, that's how the hand works. And so there's a little bit of visual interest. I'll turn our little level setup back around. You can see the hand more clearly, and That's a pretty cool effect we got here. You can see the start pipe a little more clearly now too. Spinny propellers. Both of them spin, but the one on top is too high and is off camera. All right. We're going to take a quick break, and when I come back, we'll be going into the airship proper. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm back from break. Uh, let's get bag 5 open. But before I get bag 5 open, I have to take all this off the screen. In the interest of not having gravity activate prematurely, I will separate a little bit of this. One last look at the hand, because that's the coolest thing we've done so far. And now let's get bag 5. Looks like there's a lot of Technic in this bag. So it looks like this is going to be some framework bits to start off the ship, which is cool. A lot of big ship type things start with a Technic frame. And this says to pull some of the big ship pieces from a side. So I'm just going to empty them out and lay them out, because I think we're going to use all of them right here. So we have 4 big ship components from that one unnumbered bag. And it looks like the first step starts with this big one. The classic Black Pearl started off this way too. The new Black Pearl, I understand, is all brick built. But the classic Black Pearl, the one I have, the old one, it started out with pieces like this. Let's not turn the page until I complete both steps on the page. That would otherwise be a disaster. Oh, I misaligned the plates on that side. That's alright. Easy fix. We're still on the same step. And did I say plates? I meant tiles. There is a distinction. And now we're building a bit of a Technic framework, it looks like. Oh, I forgot to put the instructions back up. Oh. Alright, here's what you missed. We opened bag 5. We put these 2 big, giant, pre-molded ship platforms together. We put some plates and tiles in place, including these gold ones. And now we're on this Technic framework. Sorry about that. I'm glad I caught that before I built the whole bag. That would have been a disaster. Hold on. No, that's the correct piece, I think. Yeah. Alright, got it. We're back on track. Sorry I'm not talking much, especially during Technic. I tend to, with Technic, I need to focus on what I'm doing. Because if you mess up a Technic step, you'll you could have serious problems later. Technic more so than regular systems, so. And now it looks like we do another one of those big Technic frames here. Alright, this one goes here. And then another pin. Yeah, this one goes here. And then I need another one of those. Okay, and now this one goes over here on this side, matching the other one. So yeah, it does look like this ship's gonna either have some really strong structural stuff, or it's going to have some moving parts. Meanwhile, let's keep going with the rest of this build. We're supposed to have a, yeah. You know, let's just push these out of the way for now until we have to start attaching things to them. Okay. All right, this goes in the back like this. Okay, we're going to do an assembly here. Um, all right. All right, that one goes there. And then we have these big gray round tiles here. And then these big tiles. Alright, so that's going to do it for, once I attach this, that's going to do it for bag 5. But I'm trying to see how it, oh, this goes on top. And then it shows some of the pins getting pushed. Oh yeah, the pins on the ones on this side will get pushed in to secure it to the, okay, I see what's going on for part of this. Okay, so this doesn't actually attach by studs, it attaches by the Technic. And it shows this Technic pin being pushed in. And then it shows the gray one, but I don't think my Technics are lined up precisely. I know that these bits of the Technic are lined up precisely. These are working. So this pin goes in this hole. But then it also shows these gray ones connecting on the end there. What did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Oh no, I didn't do anything wrong. These gray ones connect into these holes here. I was trying to line them up with the wrong thing. That's why I got confused there. But they actually connect here. We're fine. We did it correctly. I was just misreading the picture. Some of the pictures involving Technic can be confusing. So this bit of the ship moves forward like that. It'd be interesting to see what this actually means for the build as a whole. But for now, it looks like the ship's body has some play going on. Alright. Let's bring in bag 6. And some more Technic. Clearly, we're not quite done structurally. But we're going to start with another little assembly here, so let me set that off. Okay, bag 6 doesn't look like there's much to it. Of course, not all bags are the same size. It depends. Bags, they tend to split strategically for depending on what's going on in the build. It looks like we're doing another structural section that's going to attach onto the main unit once we build it. A lot of big models come together this way, where you build little sections that then get attached. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm a little focused right now. I'm trying to accelerate a bit in the easy parts so that we can afford to slow down a bit when we do the more technical parts. Okay, we gotta bring the main model back and see how this bit goes. Okay, so this bit has these other bits of the Technic lining up against it. So if I bring that in like this, so that everything lines up, then this one comes out here and punches into this hole here. I think this is the one. Yeah. And then I come around and do the matching one on the other side. And then I have one more Technic beam to try and figure out how it lines up. I think it's that one. And that one. So this section pulls back like this, and this section pulls forward like this. So it's a magic size changing airship. Unless, of course, we get something later that locks it all in place. But why would you go through all this trouble for a Technic assembly with moving bits if you're just going to lock it into place? So yeah, I think we have a magic size changing airship here. Anyway, let's go on with the build. And I know the action is pointed away from the camera right now, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing. these attached to the back where you can't see them just yet. And that bit flops around. Who knows why yet? Alright, I need to build another one of those. Give me one moment to make an adjustment on it. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so that piece really isn't supposed to be flopping around, which means on this side I didn't push it in all the way. Unless... Did I mess something up on this side? Well, let me get this piece on, because this piece... This piece does appear to be correct. Yeah. Yeah, that piece is, I don't think is supposed to be flopping around, so let me come back over and redo this one. It's tighter, but it's still floppy. I hope that doesn't become a thing later. I hope that doesn't affect us later. It's not quite as floppy. Alright, we have a 2 times assembly, but it's only a single page 2 times assembly, so we should be able to just breeze through it. What fell? Something hit my foot. So it looks like these are propellers based on how the image looks. You know what, let me go ahead and make all the little assemblies and then I will assemble them. I will put them together. And then we have, we're going to need to make 2 of these. And then I can just finish putting the propellers together. Now, Brett, are you still here? Can I ask you a question about the Mario verse? Okay. The set we're doing next week has a character named Prince Florian in it. Can you tell me about him? Because I've actually, before buying the set, never heard of him before. So can you just tell me a bit about Prince Florian? Oh, that's cool. I guess we'll learn together next week then. So those propellers are put together. Looks like it's just spare bits at this point. So we're going to move on to whatever the next bag is momentarily as soon as I attach these. And this I can even do on camera because the picture's clear and I can still lift the airship. I won't be able to do this all the time anymore now that the airship is coming together, but for this step at least I can pin these on camera. What's wrong here? That's what the problem is, I think. I put the pinhole side instead of the axle side. That's why this was floppy. I didn't even notice that. All right. This is how it's meant to be. With the pinholes. I hadn't even noticed that I had done that. That's why that piece was so floppy. And that's why I couldn't attach that propeller. We have fixed the issue. Let me get this attached. And let me point the friction slots downwards. All right. And we've got propellers on the back of our airship. Okay. This is coming together nicely. All right. Bag 7. So yeah, this is the full length of the airship when folded up, because obviously these are the back propellers. And of course a piece just went on the floor during that. Typical occurrence when I open a bag, that one piece will go on the floor. So tomorrow we're finally going to see the Star Wars movie. We're going to Columbia. I chose Columbia because there's two stores there where there's a small chance of finding retired sets on my wish list. You were with us, Brett, one of those times when I actually did find one of the retired sets on my wish list. Hold on. I'm noticing a put. Excuse me a minute. Okay, can you hear me? Sorry about that. I had to turn my audio off for a minute. Uh, Someone's cooking upstairs and set off the alarm. Alright, that's good. Then we shall proceed with the build. And yeah, they may be cooking, but I told them I was streaming, so I'm not leaving stream for dinner before the build is done. If they miss me, they miss me. That's all. Mario has been an ongoing theme on this channel. For a long time, it was Lego filler, meaning when I wanted to do a Lego stream, but I didn't really have anything planned or in the queue. But with it being discontinued at Lego, I figured it was time to just get it done and move on to some of the other projects that are also in the queue. Are you going to be around later tonight, Brett? I mean, like after stream? I was asking if you were going to be around later tonight, like after stream. Alright, that goes on there. Alright. In that case, can I call you right after stream before I go up to eat? I wanted to show you something. But it's in the other room and I can't get it on camera. Alright, so after stream, after I raid out, obviously I gotta take a minute to get my table movable so I can get out from here, but I'll call you about 5 minutes after stream. We're about halfway through the instruction book for this set. But we're moving through it now that we're past all the Technic stuff. And since there hasn't been any Mario tiles for us to look at, we haven't really had to stop to play either. Technic bits really slow me down, so my pacing for the first half of this was a little bit off, but we should be able to breeze through all the regular system stuff at this point. Yeah, you can see with one piece per step, pages breeze through pretty quickly when they do one piece per step like this. And then there's some more complicated steps sometimes where you're using like 20 pieces in a step. So it varies and it balances out. Let's see, how is this all positioned out? Okay, so this one goes on like this. And then it shows this beam connecting in like this. And then here. Okay, so it's a multi-layer fold out like that. Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. When I saw the box art for this, I really only saw it online. This was a retired set when I bought it. So I only ever saw the box art for this. I never saw the back of the box. And from the front, it was like, that's a silly little ship. And then I never saw the back of the box. I did not know about this whole transforming size feature. I had no idea. It's a cool surprise. It looks like we have one more little support beam to support all that. On each side, of course, so two more little support beams. Here and there. And then, of course, we got to build one for the other side. One more little support beam. Yeah. Yeah, I did that correctly. And you can tell I did that correctly because the motion still flows. Of course, this side does it too, but there's still one more set of connectors there that has not attached to anything yet. So let's keep going with bag 8. Okay, so bag 8 is going to give us the iconic Bowser face on the front of the ship there. A lot of the Bowser vehicles do this, and the castles too. It's kind of a Bowser cliche, where they put his face on the front of the vehicle, on the front of the castle. The Bowser train does this. Bowser's first car does this. Several of the Bowser's castles do this as well. And then when you look at the other airship set where Bowser's minions do the airships, the minions' faces are on the front of those airships. It's a pretty fun cliche. I kind of like that design element for this series. All right. This one will go on like that. Normally, when they do Bowser's face, it's like the last bag. Um, yeah, that's fine. I'll be here for a while. We've still got 5 bags after this one. So yeah, I'll definitely be here for at least another little while. All right, this one goes here. Wow. I like what this build is doing. Okay, yeah. Let's line up the studs properly. Something fell apart here. Let me fix that real quick. Wow, that's all right. That's tricksy. That is not a very stable part of the build for sure. But it's a part of the build that's unlikely to be handled directly once this is on the model. That's cool. All right. How does this line up, though, is the question. Okay, so it looks like this bit that sticks out here, this presses in against that, like that. And then we just put some more stuff on top of it to secure it. And we just finished up the shaping for this top section here. Alright, then these pieces go on like this. And this goes onto here. That's pretty cool how that, yeah, that's pretty cool how that all comes together like that. And then this connects this up here to this part of the assembly, and then these go on like this. And it's time for bag 9. Okay, Brett, I don't know how much of that you missed, but the airship has a Bowser face now. Anyway, let's get on with the build with bag 9. And yeah, bag 9's going to go into an assembly. Yeah, most of the Bowser vehicles and castles do that. There is one, the Mario Kart version of Bowser's Castle does not do the Bowser's face, but pretty much everything else does. There's several older versions of Bowser's Castle. The final version of Bowser's Castle, the one we're doing next week, is basically a big Bowser face. And the Bowser train does his face. It's a Bowser cliche. And of course we got some more Technic. I have a feeling that this is going to be the section that connects to those final Technic beams in the back there. So now I think we're building up the back section of the ship. Now the front section of the ship is detailed. So far, I haven't needed a second stretch break, but it's been a while. So if this is in fact the final section with the beams that connects to the beams, I may just go ahead and do a stretch anyway. Or I may wait and see. We still got 4 bags to go, so if I can go another bag, that would be cool too. I'm feeling fine right now. Alright, where's that other stud? We're missing a gold stud. Do I have one in the parts pile? I do. The spare bits bowl sometimes comes in handy. Now we can keep going. Oh, there's the stud. I could toss that right back into the spare bits bowl. It had gone behind the Goomba. That's why I hadn't seen it. That's why I thought it was missing. It looks like each bag at this point is like just like a little sectional detail. So the last few bags should go pretty quickly. Usually when when they do the Bowser face, it's one of the last things to be put on. But because of the way it had to be structurally integrated, that's why we got it in the middle of the build for this one. We were actually, after I attached it, I had to put some pieces on top of it. So. And we are, in fact, getting these Technic bricks. So I have to assume that this is the final section that's going to connect to those pins for the ship extension. Whatever's being cooked upstairs smells really good, almost maddeningly so. So I'm trying to speed up a little bit so that I can get to it sooner. But I'm still trying not to rush too much because I like to enjoy the Lego build experience. All right, I'll be here for a while. I still have 4 bags and about 80 pages of instructions. So go ahead and take care of that. And um, if you come back, I'll you can let me know. And if you don't come back, you can text me. All right. All right. All right. What's going on here? These go along the back. Okay. And that just about does it for bag 9. So it looks like we're still building the section in bag 10. So we're not ready to attach it yet. this goes on like this. So it looks like we're building up this is going to be part of the back section of the ship here. It looks like we're building up detail and shaping for whatever this is going to be. Hold on. That piece definitely fell. Let us continue. All right. Let's keep going. I did estimate about 4 hours for this, which seems like we're right on target at this point. Excuse me a moment. Sorry about that. Um, while I was sorry about that. While I was doing those last couple steps, somebody upstairs is cooking and set off the fire alarm. But we're back on now, and while that was happening, we put these lanterns on what's going to be the back of the ship. You can't really see on camera that well, but those are trans light blue round bricks inside the lantern frames. Now we can keep going with the build. It looks like we're going to start tiling over the brackets. The brackets, the studs we have going on the sides of this section here. Looks like we also get some little decorative bits. We have the curly vine piece in gray for some decorative bit going on. This is what that looks like. So that one goes inside the panel like that. And then we have so that's what that little decorative bit looks like attached to the ship. And the lanterns again. And now let me turn that around so I can set up that section over here. All right, so it's done on that side. Okay, so we are supposed. All right. All right, we're doing another big section here. Uses these big arch pieces. Interesting. All right, yeah. This is a big chunky section that we're putting together here. Now we have the stud pins. Interesting. And one more of those. And then we have an assembly on the assembly on the assembly. All right, this goes there, and then this goes. We leave the top 4 holes exposed. And then, let's see, how does this, yeah, that's, so this goes through the bottom and attaches like this. Now big pin up here. And now it's time to attach this whole section to the back of the ship here. So let's see. This sits on top like this. And then these pin in to the holes there and there. And now it's time to make the little support beams. Okay, I need to do one more support beam. All right, yeah, so, wow, that's going to be a long ship when open. Definitely a much more proper looking length of a ship. But folded up, it's nice and cute and cartoony like the games. I don't know which configuration I prefer. Let's keep going. Let's see, bag 11 is going to be another assembly. So, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and stay efficient. So now it's time for this big plate that we set aside at the beginning of stream. We just hit the 3-hour mark. So yeah, depending on how quickly these last 3 bags are and how much is in them, my pre-stream estimate of 4 hours based on the piece count might actually prove to be relatively accurate. Obviously, I don't try to predict the exact minute, but I try and predict to the half hour. If we do hit 4 hours, we're not going to go too far over. Alright, let's focus on what I'm doing here. We don't want any more silly mistakes, because we've been doing a few of those tonight. Interesting. Now we have these little clip pieces. Alright, these go on. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Lots of clips that I'm not sure what they're there for yet. But we'll find out soon. It would help if I didn't skip steps here. Now we can go on. Oh, that's not good. All right. We're 2 bags away from the finish after this one. So I'm going to say let's take our next break after this bag. Let's take one more quick little break. Because I've been sitting here for a while. I've been going since bag 5. And this is bag 11. So I think I think it's okay to take a break after this bag. All right. There's that. Okay, so we're going to get a scan tile here. And this scan is a ship's wheel. And since that's that tile there. It's a ship's wheel. And since vehicles tend to just play music, we can take a quick listen. Let us continue with the build now. Another little round gray Technic spacer. Which of course I'm not. There it is. Okay, so it looks like we're making a power brick. And of course we get a scan tile for that. So this is what a POW brick looks like. I'm not exactly sure what it does. That's what the scanner looks like. But that's what POW. Let's just see what POW is. Okay, it just pops up the word PAL on his video screen. It doesn't really do anything yet. Maybe we'll understand it better in context. But let's go ahead and put that on here. And then we can put here. We can put this onto here. Okay, this little bit rocks a little bit. Let's keep going. It's not clear how that's supposed to be lighting up. Looks like we're off the edge a little bit as well. Yeah, I think that's how we're supposed to go. Lined up with that corner there. This one goes on here. Yeah, we're definitely going to take a quick stretch after this bag, after this section. But very quick. We're so close to the end now. Okay. shows the window floating in the gap somehow. It would help if I had everything facing the right way. I didn't even notice that the picture had turned around. So that part I did correctly. But I put this part in on the wrong side because that's where the picture flipped. So now this goes here. And I can take the window section then and put it here. This shows this section going onto the window like this, and I can fold this down and press it into place. Am I on the wrong peg there? No. It says I'm supposed to be on the second one. If I'm on the second one, but I want this brick to go in there, so okay, so everything's misaligned a little bit. Let me see where I messed that up. I see where I messed that up. It's going to be an easy fix. So that one goes on that side. We bring in the window. It rests in the correct position. And now we can, there's the beam I made for the other side. And we can bring this one in. And now this brick will lower into the correct position. And we are good. Not sure what that stud's doing there, but that stud is supposed to be down there on the bottom of the window section. Now we can keep going. Let's go ahead and, yeah, all right. That axle's flushed out now, and we can keep going. All right, these go in here. And then these in here. Okay, so the POW brick will do something to expose the steering wheel brick. So the power tile is just to make that sound effect for whatever's going to happen here with the steering tile. Because when someone jumps on that other tile raises up. So we'll have to see how that all works. Obviously, as the play feature develops. I just accidentally flipped the whole thing over. Alright. Let's not forget pieces. It spun around on me again without giving the little icon. Lego instructions usually have a spinny icon when they're going to change the orientation of the model in the instructions. And this set has had several times where the instructions did not show that icon. Goes on like that. Not sure what this bit of technique is for, but we will find out shortly. Alright, so this is going to attach to the back of the ship on these studs here. If I can get it to line up, I can start pressing this in to secure it carefully so I don't have another explosion kind of situation like we had earlier. Alright, that is now on the ship. And then, you know what? We're close enough to the end of the build. Let's just power through. No more breaks, and it sounds like they're serving the dinner upstairs. So I want to get this done so I can go get some before they run out. So let's just power through and finish these last two bags. It looks like these last two bags are going to mirror each other. Looks like we're going to get at least one more lantern. Actually, it looks like we're going to get several more lanterns on this section here. If 12 and 13 are in fact mirrors of each other, I'm going to go ahead and build them both and then attach them both at the same time. That'll save us about a minute. Let's pull out the... Actually, I did need that piece for this step as well. Just not in. I wasn't thinking about that piece yet. See, what does that picture look like? This may be a both sides situation. I'm not sure. Let's just see what happens. these go here. Okay. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm trying to speed through this a little bit. I really want to join that dinner, and we're so close to the end here. But it looks like this section came together pretty quickly, which is a good thing. And it looks like we're going to get the mirroring section in this parts pile as well. So let's just see how it attaches and make sure, set aside any parts that would be need for the attachment, so I can go ahead and do the other side while I have the big ship off the table. Yeah, we're gonna be a little bit past the 4 hour mark, I think, but we're making good time through this last little bit. And now let's prepare 3 lanterns. And we will clip these on. It says to push them in all the way, angling them in towards the ship like that. Into the panels like that. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool look. And it looks like it just clips on to some clips that are on the model already. So here's the first back sidewall there. And we're going to go ahead and set this aside. And we'll build the mirror. And then we'll go ahead and clip both of them on to the big ship um, together. That way I can just keep the table clear and do the other side and not have to move the ship twice. Since I know what to expect with this build now, this side should go a little bit quicker, but not by much because it does take a certain amount of time to move each piece. All right, let's keep going here. All right, this goes here. Okay. All right, they're arguing upstairs. Just a little bit. Sounds like someone just got a little upset about something. We're fine. Yeah, they're quiet now. I may need to do a spare bits dive if that piece comes up again. Meanwhile, maybe not, because another piece that isn't spare bits just rolled off the table. I felt it hit off my foot, but I don't see where it went. Yes, I do. Okay, let's fix the table and finish up this build. So I put that piece on, so now I'm on that step. When I finish this wall panel, I'm going to do a very quick stretch in place. I'm not going to walk away or anything, but I'm sitting in an awkward position and I need to fix that. And I can't really do that while I'm focused on a build. So as soon as I finish this little wall, this little assembly, so now we gotta light the other 3 lanterns, and then that'll complete this section here. Let's do a quick close-up on one of the lanterns because it's been a while. I forgot to do on the other side. And there's the other wall section. And now let's bring the ship back and clip those on. There's a little bit of a... Okay, I see how it's supposed to go. So these clips go in. Oh man. It's going bendy as I try and line up these clips. Okay, this one's right on the edge. So if I press that in and press it in on that side, and that clipped in just fine. So now I come back around and I clip in the other side. And then there's the other clips up top as well that help secure it. Okay, it feels like the walls are secure enough, so there we go. That's the back of the ship all framed up. And there's still some exposed brickwork back here. Meanwhile, wow, okay. Yeah, this is a big ship. Bag 13. It doesn't look like there's a lot in bag 13. Oh, bag 13 has another Bowser face going on. Wait, what? Okay. Let's set these big round bits aside so that they don't roll around on us and roll off the table. Something else did just fall off the table though. We got it. So this is our last parts pile of the evening. And we're going to get a scan tile here. At least in the picture, we're supposed to get a scan tile here. Meanwhile, I'm not seeing it in my parts pile just yet, so rather than waste time, I'm gonna go ahead and proceed with the rest of it and attach that tile when it turns up. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on the floor. And everything else seems flat against the table, so. Now that's a regular tile. And that's an inverted tile that we seem to be missing. So, let's just keep going and see if it turns up. If not, we can take a look around the floor at the end of stream. Or at least at the end of the assembly, when the parts pile is smaller. Was I looking for a piece of the incorrect color? No, I was looking for the correct color in my mind. So, yeah, we seem to be missing that, but we will take a look around for it when the parts pile diminishes a bit. We'll move these 6 big green clip plates out of the way. There it is. We found the scan tile. And the scan tile is this Bowser logo icon. It was hiding under the 6 dark green. It was hiding under one of the 6 dark green plates we got going on here. Which makes me really curious. So this one is like the hand. It behaves like a regular enemy jump tile, but it takes 8 hits just like the hand. So Bowser's face and Bowser's hand each take 8 hits, like a regular enemy. All right. All right. Yeah, this is looking good. All right. Let's get. The idea is to get the tiles onto the studs and not have your fingers slip. But when have you known that to be a thing for me on this channel? Okay. So maybe there's no Bowser in the airship, but there's definitely 2 Bowser heads and a Bowser hand in the airship. He's well represented. All right, there's the Bowser head. And it looks like we build directly onto the ship from here. So let's bring it back on. And I will attach the Bowser to the back here. The problem here is the angle. The clips are at an awkward angle right now. That's why I'm having a little struggle back here. Got it. So there's Bowser's face on the back of the ship there. And there is Bowser's face on the front of the ship. And now it looks like we're creating a couple of cannon ports here. Okay, we're getting close to the end here. And now we create little hatches for the cannon ports with the Bowser logo on them. Here's what that looks like. Okay, time to do the cannon ports on the other side. Let's make sure I'm attaching this correctly. One more cannon. One more look at the logo tile. The cannon ports are in. And now we have a little bit of a one more little assembly here should run us out of our parts pile. And then we have a couple things to attach because it is a level set. There's the end of the actual parts pile, but let's see what there's left to attach here. So what I thought before was the bit on the side. That's if you're doing a level without the big ship. But it looks like the masts actually rearrange and do attach to the main unit here. So yeah, this is the little long piece at the front of a ship. I forget what they call that bit that the front sail is attached to. That big spike thing at the front of the ship. So now let's bring back all the units from earlier. Big Bowser hand and the rest of the stuff. Alright, let's start attaching these bits. So you got to close the ship to make this work, or you can open the ship. I guess you have to open the ship to put the big stuff in. And you know what I'm going to do actually? I am going to turn off the instructions on this camera. I still have them on my other screen so I can see what I'm doing to attach things. But I'm going to turn off the instructions so you can see what I'm doing. So the big central mast goes there. The hand. This time it shows the hand hanging down. So maybe maybe the play feature is it functions a little bit differently maybe while it's used with the full ship assembly there. Yeah, because then it's like Bowser's hand hiding inside the ship, it looks like. So now with that in place, it shows to close the ship. Yeah, so we have little Bowser's hand hiding inside the ship there, like that. Interesting. And then we take the front mast, the forward mast, and that attaches in on these couple studs over here, over the Bowser hand hiding it. And then we take these two level plates that lock in the sides of the ship here. So yeah, the whole thing is locked up, and these two plates make the ship cannot be opened now. So it doesn't show anything to do with these two other little plates here. So with everything locked up, I'll set the pipe aside again as well. And actually, we can do a thing with this as well. I just thought of this. If we take it off the green part, we can put it here. It's like an additional big cannon for the front of the ship. We can use the pipe as an additional cannon if you want to be creative like that. I'm sure Bowser would appreciate having extra weapons to use against Mario. So, let's do that for our look. Alright. Big giant cannon on the front of the ship there. And the propeller spins. Propeller spin. And that one, actually, there's a jump tile under that one that I did not even, that I forgot about or didn't. So let me see if I can get that one stud forward because it's kind of getting in the way of the jump tile there. And alright, yeah, I can put the cannon one stud forward. It's doing something different this time. Interesting. Alright. Let's see if we can get the arms up and out of the way there. Let's reset the Peach real quick. And try that again. I'm trying to use Peach because I haven't used her the whole stream for any of the things we tested. But if you knock that mast off, so that mast is an 8-hit enemy. And what you can do is you can expose the Bowser head out back. And if you're playing around with the ship, you can knock it loose, and then you can jump on the Bowser head. Well, that was maybe 10 jumps. I'm not sure. But alright. And then what you can do is let's return the ship to its full appearance now. We can we can take off these level panels on the side here and fully open up the ship. And with the ship fully opened up, you can then reveal your Bowser hand. And then you can set up the interaction as we had it before, when it was just when it wasn't hiding inside the ship. So you can set up on there. You can come over here. You can jump over and hit the target. And you can fight the Bowser hand. Peach is actually taking more hits than Mario did. I think I jumped on that like 16 times, 12 or 16 times. Peach maybe is not as strong as Mario. Although, before, enemies were fairly standard, so I'm not sure what's going on. Because the tiles don't detect things around them other than the figures. The tiles aren't smart like on the new Smart Play system, so I'm not sure. Oh, and then of course we have, Kamek is 4 hits. The Goombas, you knock the hat off and it's 1 hit. And the other guy is like 3 hits. So we're not going to fight them, fairly standard fights, but we'll come back over here. And I think we'll leave the ship extended for the raid out scene. Just because it looks so much more impressive fully extended like this. We still have the POW brick here. The sound effect that exposes the steering wheel tile. And then you can jump down here. There we go. We've activated the steering wheel. And now Peach is piloting Bowser's airship. So what I thought was a window piece is actually representing the ship's wheel. It's not a window. It's... Alright. So that's everything that the ship appears to do. So let's get our let's rehang the hand here. We don't need the green plate on the screen for this. Let's turn the alright, let's get the brick separator. For extended like this, we don't need these brown plates. So I'll set those off. And then we will take the brick separator and set that aside because we are done with the build. Now let's pose the ship a little bit at an angle towards the front. So that you can kind of sort of see the Bowser head. I want to turn it a little more, and also the mast isn't on fully on camera yet. Let's move our Mario figures so we can, let's move the figures over here so we can turn this a little more and move. Wait, we can't really get the masks on camera unless I move it forward that way. We lose the top mast, not the forward mast. That's probably the best I can do for this. Too bad about the top mast, but that's a thing that happens with tall sets. So, we have our figures. This guy, because of the way he's designed, his face was off camera for most of the stream. So let's just stand him on top of this tower here. And let's make Kamek a little more prominent. Let's have Kamek back here piloting the airship, calling the shots. And of course, Pirate Goomba forward here, getting ready to sneak attack on our 3 friends because they don't see him coming. But yeah, let's get the hat back on him. There we go. Yeah, that's a nice spread, I think. Yeah, that's a good raid out. We're at 4 hours 20 minutes. Let's see who there is to raid. Oh, May is on. Fabi is on. And Num is on. Oh, several people I like are on for music. Not like when we finished the first stream yesterday. let's go to. Seriously, who do I pick? Chaselin's on the hype train, but I think she blocks raids. Let me try going there. Let's make sure I type it correctly. We're going to attempt Chaselin first. She's in a hype train and won't be quitting anytime soon. I have like 5 other choices I can make though if she blocks raids. Okay, it's gonna let us raid, so let's do this. Alright, this was a fun Mario Monday. We have 2 more Mario boss levels to play, and so that'll be the next 2 Mondays, and then we won't have any more Lego Mario on the channel for the foreseeable future. But if they bring it back in 2027 as Smart Play, as the rumors suggest, maybe we'll be seeing these guys again. But it's been a long journey, and it's a fun journey. And it's sad to see one journey end, but when one Lego journey ends, another one begins. So have a good night, and I will see you soon. And I will see. And I will see.
We talked about this. Am I not clippable anymore? That would have been a perfect. See that one. See, let me just take this as a learning opportunity. That would have been a great thing to clip. It would have been funny. You did. Okay, wait. I can't see it. I'll see it later. Let's see it. Did I really? Hey, look. You live in Nashville long enough. You go to CMA Fest. The Southern accent that you spent your whole life trying not to have starts to come out again. But I have been told a few times recently where people will meet me and they're like, oh, you don't have an accent at all. And my response is always, that is the nicest thing you've ever said to me.